Welcome to Moon's Fairy Tales. Today, we delve into the fog-shrouded streets of Silent Hill with Return. What if James Sunderland returned to Silent Hill, unable to escape its haunting grasp? What if the horrors he faced the first time were only the beginning? Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel to stay tuned for new tales. Sit back, relax, and let the eerie mist of Silent Hill draw you deeper into its twisted tale. Chapter 1: Call. The rain fell steadily, tapping against the window like the soft patter of fingers. James Sunderland sat on the edge of his bed, staring blankly at the wall. His apartment was small, suffocatingly quiet, but the silence had never bothered him before. It was the memories that he couldn't escape, the memories of that place. Silent Hill. Years had passed, but they felt like nothing. He had tried to move on, tried to piece together the remnants of his life after leaving that fog-drenched town behind. He had failed. Silent Hill had never truly left him. It lived within him, a constant whisper in the back of his mind, a weight he couldn't shake. And her face, Mary's, was still as vivid as the day he saw her last, twisted by sickness, frail and distant. That night was different. The air felt thick, like the world was pressing in on him. Something was different, though James couldn't quite place it. His phone buzzed softly on the nightstand, pulling him from the depths of his thoughts. He blinked, not expecting any messages at this hour. Who would contact him? He barely spoke to anyone these days. Reaching for the phone, his fingers hesitated before unlocking the screen. He saw it immediately, an unread email. There was no subject, no sender. Just an empty line where a name should have been. His stomach tightened with an inexplicable dread as his thumb hovered over the message. He tapped. The message contained only a few words, but they struck him like a punch to the gut. "I'm waiting for you, James. Come back to me." The words blurred as he read them over and over, his heart pounding against his ribcage. It couldn't be. She was dead. He knew she was dead. He had watched her fade away in the hospital room, and then he swallowed hard, trying to push away the memory of what he had done. That horrible truth that Silent Hill had forced him to confront. Mary was gone. But the email, the words. It was her. James could feel it deep in his bones. The way it was written, the tone, it was Mary's voice in his mind. Even after all these years, he knew her. Every word carried her presence, a familiarity that he couldn't deny. It was impossible, but Silent Hill had always been impossible, hadn't it? "No," he whispered, his throat dry. "No, this can't be happening." He tossed the phone onto the bed, standing up quickly, pacing the small room. His hands shook as he ran them through his hair, trying to make sense of it all. This had to be some kind of trick. Silent Hill had a way of getting inside your head, of making you see what it wanted you to see. It couldn't really be her. But what if it was? The question gnawed at him, pulling at the fragile threads of his sanity. He had left that place behind, hadn't he? He had accepted the truth, come to terms with what he had done. But had he really? Or was he just running, hiding from the ghost of his past? He thought about it every day. No matter how much time passed, Silent Hill was a scar that refused to heal. The fog. The streets. The figures that stalked him in the shadows. He remembered them all too well. The town had shown him the darkest parts of himself, laid bare his guilt, his shame. And yet, it had also offered him something. The chance to be with Mary again, even if it was an illusion. Could it be offering him that again? James stopped in front of the window, staring out into the rain-soaked night. The world outside was as empty as ever, but something felt off. The rain, the darkness, it reminded him too much of that place. His breath caught in his throat, and for a brief, maddening moment, he thought he could see the faint outline of the fog creeping into the street below, curling around the lampposts like ghostly fingers. He shook his head, trying to clear his mind. It was just the rain, just the shadows playing tricks on him. Silent Hill wasn't here. Not yet. But he knew, deep down, that if he followed the pull, it would be. James's phone buzzed again. He flinched, his pulse racing. Another message. Slowly, he turned and grabbed the phone. His fingers trembled as he opened it. "You know where to find me, James. I'm waiting in our special place." That phrase, our special place, stabbed into him like a knife. Silent Hill. Lakeview Hotel. It was where everything had begun and where everything had ended. He had faced the truth there, in that rotting, decayed shell of a building. It was where Mary had died and where he had ended it. That was the last place he had ever seen her, in the deepest recesses of the town's nightmare. His mouth went dry. This couldn't be happening. It wasn't real. But even as he tried to deny it, he felt the pull growing stronger. The town wanted him back. It was calling to him. She was calling to him. James's body moved on its own, his legs carrying him toward the small closet where he kept a suitcase, dusty and forgotten. As he reached for it, his hand shook, not from fear, but from something else. He wasn't sure if it was dread or a sick sense of relief. Perhaps this was what he deserved. The apartment felt colder as he packed, the walls pressing in tighter. He could feel the weight of Silent Hill's gaze, even from here. It had never let him go. He had thought he could escape, but that was just another lie. The town wasn't finished with him. Not yet. James zipped up the suitcase and stood in the center of the room, staring at the closed door. He could leave. Right now. He could throw the phone away, pretend this never happened. But he knew he wouldn't. He couldn't. Silent Hill had a grip on him that wouldn't loosen until it was done with him, and maybe he wasn't done with it either. He grabbed his coat and slung it over his shoulder. The weight of the keys in his pocket felt like chains dragging him toward the inevitable. As he opened the door, a gust of cold air rushed in, chilling his skin. It felt familiar, like the first breath of the fog. Without another thought, James stepped out into the night, the rain soaking through his hair as he made his way to the car. The streets were empty, the world around him eerily quiet. It felt like everything had stopped, waiting for him to make the final decision. And in his heart, he already had. Silent Hill was waiting. As James started the car, the engine rumbled to life, cutting through the silence. He stared at the windshield, watching the wipers clear away the rain, and for just a moment, he thought he saw the faintest hint of fog creeping in from the horizon. He drove. Chapter 2, Echoes. The road stretched endlessly before James, a long, winding path enveloped by shadows and mist. The rain had lessened, but it clung to the windshield in a thin sheen, blurring the world outside into vague, gray shapes. As the miles passed, an uncomfortable familiarity settled over him, though he hadn't yet reached the town. The oppressive weight of Silent Hill hung heavy in his mind, and he felt it growing stronger with each mile. Every moment behind the wheel was a struggle. The hum of the engine was the only thing keeping his thoughts at bay, but even that was not enough. His mind kept drifting back to the email, those haunting words. "I'm waiting for you, James." He gripped the steering wheel tighter, knuckles white. It couldn't be real. The rational part of him knew this, but Silent Hill was never bound by reality. It twisted the very fabric of what was possible, drawing its victims deeper into its web of lies and madness. James had learned that the hard way, but even now, he couldn't resist its pull. Maybe, just maybe, there was a chance that Mary really was waiting for him. No, he told himself. That's not her. It's the town. It's always been the town. But the thought did little to ease the tightness in his chest. The road began to curve, and James slowed the car, his eyes scanning the thickening fog that seemed to rise from the asphalt. It was subtle at first, just a thin wisp clinging to the ground, but it grew thicker with each passing second. Soon, it enveloped the world outside, swallowing the landscape in an oppressive, white-gray blanket. Silent Hill was near. James's heartbeat quickened, his breath shallow. The air in the car felt stifling, though the temperature had dropped sharply. He turned the heater on, but it offered no comfort. He couldn't shake the feeling that the town was watching him, waiting for him to arrive. Suddenly, the headlights caught something in the distance, a shape moving through the fog, just barely visible. James squinted, slowing the car further, his pulse hammering in his ears. The figure seemed to drift across the road, too fluid to be human. His heart skipped a beat. Memories of the creatures that had once stalked him flooded his mind, and a deep sense of dread settled in his gut. But as he drove closer, the figure vanished, disappearing into the fog as though it had never been there at all. James exhaled a shaky breath. It's already starting. He pulled off to the side of the road, turning off the engine. For a moment, he sat in the driver's seat, staring out into the thick fog. His fingers twitched as he reached for the door handle, hesitating. Going back to Silent Hill meant facing whatever horrors it had in store for him. But there was no turning back now. Not after that message. Not after her words. With a deep breath, James opened the door and stepped out into the cold, damp air. The fog swallowed him immediately, clinging to his skin like a living thing. His shoes crunched on the gravel beneath him as he made his way to the trunk, retrieving a small flashlight and his old map of Silent Hill. The map was worn, creased and yellowed at the edges from the last time he had used it. He unfolded it carefully, scanning the familiar layout of the town. Lakeview Hotel. The special place. He hadn't been there in years, but the memory of that crumbling, decayed building was still fresh in his mind. That was where everything had fallen apart. Where he had faced the truth about Mary. And now, it seemed, where the nightmare would begin again. James stuffed the map into his coat pocket, turning the flashlight on. The beam cut through the fog, but only barely. The visibility was poor, and he knew that navigating the town would be no easy task in these conditions. Still, there was no other choice. The road stretched ahead, disappearing into the mist. James walked slowly, his footsteps echoing in the silence. The only sound was the faint drip of water from the trees above, and even that seemed to be swallowed by the fog. The world felt muted, as though he had crossed some invisible boundary into a place that didn't belong to the real world. And maybe he had. The deeper he went, the more the familiar dread gnawed at him. Silent Hill was waiting. He could feel it, in the stillness of the air, in the cold that seeped into his bones. The town was alive in its own twisted way, and it was aware of his presence. He could sense it, like a predator waiting for its prey to stumble into the trap. James stopped for a moment, glancing back toward his car. The fog had thickened so much that he couldn't even see it anymore. It was as though the world had closed in around him, leaving him trapped in this endless, gray void. For a brief moment, he considered turning back, abandoning the insane idea of returning to Silent Hill. But something deep inside him wouldn't allow it. The call was too strong. He had to know. He had to find out if Mary was really waiting for him. James continued down the road, the fog growing thicker with every step. The flashlight flickered, casting eerie shadows on the ground as the mist swirled around him. His breath came in short, shallow gasps, the cold biting at his lungs. And then, as if out of nowhere, he saw it, a sign, barely visible through the fog. "Welcome to Silent Hill." The words were faded, the paint chipped and worn from years of neglect, but the message was clear. He had crossed the threshold. He was back. Silent Hill stood before him, shrouded in fog and silence. James's grip tightened on the flashlight as he stepped past the sign, his heart pounding in his chest. The familiar streets stretched ahead, lined with dilapidated buildings, their windows dark and empty. The town looked the same as it always had, abandoned, decaying, yet somehow alive. The fog moved through the streets like a living thing, curling around corners and seeping into every crevice. He walked cautiously, his footsteps muffled by the thick layer of mist that clung to the ground. Every building, every street corner felt familiar, yet there was something different. The town was the same, but it felt as though it had shifted, changed in subtle, imperceptible ways. The fog seemed heavier, the silence more oppressive. And in the back of his mind, James knew that the town was watching him. His flashlight flickered again, casting fleeting shadows on the walls of the buildings as he passed. The windows were dark, the doors closed tight, but James could feel the weight of unseen eyes on him. The air was thick with tension, as though something terrible was lurking just out of sight, waiting for the right moment to strike. He passed by a small alleyway and stopped. For a brief moment, he thought he heard something, a faint rustling sound, like footsteps shuffling through the fog. James froze, his breath caught in his throat. The sound stopped, and the silence returned, even heavier than before. He waited, listening, his heart hammering in his chest. But nothing moved. The town remained still, watching. With a shaky exhale, James continued walking, his footsteps quickening. He needed to get to the hotel, to find the place where it had all begun. Our special place. The words echoed in his mind, pulling him forward, deeper into the heart of Silent Hill. As he approached the town's main square, the fog seemed to thicken, wrapping itself around him like a suffocating blanket. The buildings loomed tall on either side, their cracked and weathered facades barely visible through the mist. The streetlights flickered dimly, casting weak pools of light on the ground below. James paused in the center of the square, glancing around at the empty streets. The silence was overwhelming, pressing on him from all sides. He felt as though the town itself was closing in on him, trapping him within its foggy embrace. He shivered, the cold air biting into his skin. Then, from the corner of his eye, he saw something move. It was just a shadow at first, barely visible through the fog, but it was enough to send a jolt of fear through him. His grip tightened on the flashlight as he turned toward the movement, his heart racing. The shadow shifted again, and James caught a glimpse of it, something dark and misshapen, moving slowly through the fog. His breath hitched, and for a moment he stood frozen, unable to move. The figure was tall, hunched, its limbs elongated and unnatural. It moved with an eerie, jerking motion, as though it didn't quite belong in this world. James's mind raced, memories of the creatures he had encountered before flooding his thoughts. Was it one of them? The grotesque, nightmarish things that had hunted him through the streets of this town? The figure stopped, standing motionless in the fog, its head tilting slightly as though it was watching him. James's pulse quickened, his fingers trembling as he pointed the flashlight toward it. But just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure melted back into the fog, disappearing without a trace. James let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, his heart pounding in his chest. He scanned the area with the flashlight, but there was nothing, just the swirling mist and the empty streets. Whatever it was gone. For now. His legs felt weak as he forced himself to move again, his footsteps unsteady on the cracked pavement. The hotel was close. He just had to keep moving. He couldn't stop now. The road ahead was eerily quiet, the fog thicker than ever. James's flashlight flickered again, the beam growing dimmer with each passing second. He cursed under his breath, shaking the flashlight in a vain attempt to keep it from dying completely. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the fog, the sound reverberating off the buildings around him. James froze, his blood running cold. It had come from nearby, somewhere just ahead. The silence that followed was even more oppressive than before. Slowly, cautiously, James crept forward, his eyes darting around the fog-shrouded street. His flashlight flickered once more, then died completely, plunging him into darkness. He stood still, his breath shallow, his heart thudding in his chest. The fog pressed in closer, suffocating him with its cold, damp tendrils. And then he heard a faint, distant voice. James. The sound was barely more than a whisper, but it sent a chill down his spine. It was a woman's voice, soft and familiar. His throat tightened, his mind racing. Mary? His heart pounded in his ears as he strained to hear the voice again. The fog shifted around him, and for a brief moment, he thought he could see a figure standing just ahead, shrouded in mist. It was faint, almost impossible to make out, but it was there, someone standing in the fog, watching him. James. The voice came again, and this time there was no mistaking it. It was her. It was Mary. James's legs moved on their own, carrying him forward through the fog. He stumbled over the uneven ground, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The figure ahead seemed to drift further away, retreating deeper into the mist, but James couldn't stop. He had to follow. He had to find her. Mary, he shouted, his voice hoarse. Mary, wait! The fog thickened, swallowing the figure completely. James ran faster, his heart hammering in his chest. He could barely see anything now, the world around him nothing but an endless sea of white-gray mist. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure was gone. The fog parted, revealing the empty street ahead. James stopped, his chest heaving with exertion, his hands trembling. The voice was gone. The figure was gone. He was alone again, standing in the middle of the fog-shrouded town. His breath came in short, shallow gasps as he stared into the mist, waiting for something, anything, to happen. But there was only silence. For a long moment, James stood there, his mind racing. Was it real? Had he really heard Mary's voice, or was the town playing tricks on him again? He didn't know. He wasn't sure of anything anymore. The fog swirled around him, thick and heavy, as though it was alive. Silent Hill was watching, waiting. And James knew that whatever was waiting for him at the end of this journey, it wasn't going to be kind. With a deep breath, he forced himself to move forward again. The hotel was close. The special place. If Mary was anywhere, it would be there. As he walked, the fog seemed to grow heavier, pressing in on him from all sides. The town's presence was undeniable now, a living, breathing thing that surrounded him. Every step felt like a descent into something darker, something far more dangerous than what he had faced before. Silent Hill had always been a place of nightmares. But this time, James felt like he was walking into something far worse. Chapter 3: Lies. The silence in Silent Hill had always been the loudest part of it. James knew that. He had lived it before, the oppressive quiet that surrounded him, the way it made every creak of the floorboards, every breath, feel like an intrusion. Now, as he walked deeper into the town, that silence weighed heavier than it ever had before. It was as if the town was holding its breath, waiting for him to unravel again. To break. The fog still clung to everything, a thick veil that distorted the world, making the familiar streets look foreign. James had tried to keep his focus, to keep walking toward the Lakeview Hotel, but something was wrong. The streets were different. They didn't lead where they were supposed to. It was as though Silent Hill itself had shifted, rearranging itself to confuse him, to keep him lost. He checked his map more than once, only to find that the landmarks didn't match what was in front of him. The buildings around him were old, crumbling relics of what the town once had been. Storefronts were boarded up, windows shattered, their glass glittering on the sidewalk like broken promises. There was no life here. There never had been. But that didn't stop the feeling that he was being watched, followed, as he wandered the streets. James gripped the flashlight tighter, his hand clammy. He had tried to ignore it at first, the occasional shuffle of feet in the distance, the fleeting shadow that would pass through the fog just out of sight. But now, he could feel it, something was out there. Or someone. Silent Hill was never truly empty. His thoughts drifted back to the voice he had heard, to that fleeting vision of Mary in the fog. It couldn't have been real. Mary was dead. He had killed her. There was no coming back from that, no matter how much the town wanted him to believe otherwise. Silent Hill thrived on lies. It twisted your reality, your memories, until you didn't know what was real anymore. But that voice, it had felt so real. Her voice. Her face. The way she had looked at him in the mist. James shook his head, trying to shake the thought loose. No, this was what the town did. It showed you what you wanted to see. Or worse, what you feared to see. And yet, deep down, he couldn't deny the pull he felt, that flicker of hope that somehow, impossibly, Mary was waiting for him. That she had been all along. He turned a corner, and there it was again, a shadow, moving just ahead of him, disappearing behind the remains of a burned-out building. James stopped, his pulse quickening. He took a step closer, straining to see through the thick fog. Was it another creature? Or something else? "Hello," he called out, his voice swallowed by the mist. There was no answer, but he could feel something watching him. The sensation crawled across his skin like cold fingers, making the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. Suddenly, a flash of movement to his right. James spun around, the flashlight beam jerking wildly as he searched the fog. But again, there was nothing. Just empty streets. Empty, except for the echoes of the past that seemed to haunt every step he took. He couldn't shake the feeling that the town was playing with him. Toying with him like it always had. It wanted him to fall apart, to give into the madness that lurked just beneath the surface. But he had been here before. He wouldn't let it break him again. But the lie, that twisted, cruel lie that Mary might somehow still be alive, was enough to crack something inside him. The streets grew narrower as he walked, the buildings closing in around him like the walls of a maze. His steps echoed in the silence, but there was another sound now, softer, distant. Footsteps. They weren't his. Someone else was here. James stopped again, the flashlight shaking slightly in his hand. The footsteps were growing closer, slow and deliberate. His heart pounded in his chest as he turned toward the sound. The fog shifted, parting slightly to reveal a figure standing at the end of the street. It wasn't Mary. It was someone else. A woman stood there, barely visible through the mist. Her clothes were torn, dirty, and her hair hung in matted clumps around her face. For a moment, James thought he recognized her, but the fog distorted her features, making it impossible to tell. "Who are you?" James called out, his voice hoarse. The woman didn't answer. She just stood there, watching him, unmoving. James took a step forward, then stopped. Something wasn't right. The way she stood, the way the fog seemed to cling to her, it was unnatural. "Do you know me?" he asked, his throat tightening. "Do you know where Mary is?" The woman tilted her head slightly, her gaze fixed on him. And then, without a word, she turned and disappeared into the fog. James stood frozen, his mind racing. He didn't know whether to follow her or not. Something deep inside him screamed that it was a trap, that the town was leading him somewhere he didn't want to go. But the other part of him, the part that still clung to hope, told him to follow. To find out if this woman knew something about Mary. With a reluctant sigh, James took a step forward, then another. His feet carried him down the street, following the direction the woman had gone. The fog grew thicker as he walked, the world around him becoming more distorted, more unreal. The sound of footsteps echoed through the mist again, but this time they were erratic, moving quickly, as though someone was running. James quickened his pace, his heart pounding in his chest. The woman's silhouette appeared again, just ahead of him, darting through the fog like a shadow. He broke into a jog, the beam of his flashlight cutting through the mist. "Wait," he shouted, his voice desperate. "I need to talk to you." But the woman didn't stop. She kept running, her figure barely visible now as she weaved through the streets. James chased after her, his breath coming in ragged gasps as the fog swirled around him, disorienting him. Suddenly, the world seemed to tilt. James stumbled, his feet slipping on the uneven ground. The fog closed in on him, suffocating him with its cold, damp embrace. He blinked, trying to clear his vision, but the town had shifted again. He wasn't in the street anymore. James looked around, panic rising in his chest. He was standing in a narrow alleyway, the walls of the buildings pressing in on him from either side. The fog was thicker here, swirling like smoke around his legs. The air was colder, biting at his skin with a strange, unnatural chill. The footsteps had stopped. Where did she go?" James muttered to himself, turning in a slow circle. The woman had vanished again, leaving him alone in the alleyway. He tried to retrace his steps, to figure out how he had ended up here, but the fog had twisted everything. There was no way back. Not anymore. A sound broke the silence, a low, grating noise, like metal scraping against concrete. James's breath hitched in his throat. He knew that sound. Pyramid Head. The name flashed through his mind like a warning, his entire body tensing as the noise grew louder, closer. The last time he had faced that monstrous figure, he had barely survived. And now, it was back. James turned, his eyes scanning the fog for any sign of movement. The alleyway was narrow, too narrow to run. He was trapped. The scraping sound grew louder, echoing off the walls. James's pulse raced as he backed up, his mind screaming at him to move. But his legs felt frozen, locked in place by the sheer weight of his fear. And then he saw it, a hulking shape emerging from the fog, dragging a massive blade behind it. Pyramid Head's figure was unmistakable, its helmet gleaming dully in the pale light. It moved slowly, methodically, as though it had all the time in the world. James's breath came in short, sharp gasps. His hand fumbled at his side, reaching for something, anything, that could protect him. But he had nothing. No weapon, no way to defend himself. Pyramid Head stepped closer, the scraping of its blade sending chills down James's spine. He backed up again, his heart slamming against his ribcage as he desperately looked for a way out. But the alley was a dead end. The creature stopped, its head tilting slightly as if observing him. James could feel its gaze, even through the cold, metal helmet. It was waiting for something. Waiting for him to break. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. The air was heavy, thick with tension. And then, without warning, Pyramid Head swung its blade, the massive weapon slicing through the air with terrifying speed. James threw himself to the ground, the blade missing him by inches. He scrambled to his feet, his hands shaking as he pressed himself against the wall. He had to get out of here. He had to run. But there was nowhere to go. Pyramid Head turned toward him again, its movements slow, deliberate. It was playing with him, toying with him the way the town always had. James's mind raced, his thoughts a blur of panic and fear. He couldn't fight this thing. He had barely survived the last time. And now, here he was again, facing it with nothing but his bare hands. The creature stepped forward, its massive blade raised high. And then, Just as suddenly as it had appeared, Pyramid Head stopped. The fog shifted around them, swirling like a living thing. James blinked, his mind struggling to comprehend what was happening. Pyramid Head stood motionless, its blade lowered. For a moment, James thought he was hallucinating, that the town was playing tricks on him again. But the creature didn't move. It just stood there. And then, in the distance, James heard the voice again. James. His heart skipped a beat. It was her. It was Mary. Pyramid Head turned, its massive figure disappearing into the fog as though it had never been there at all. James stood frozen, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his mind reeling. The voice called out again, softer this time. James, come find me. He couldn't move. His legs felt like lead, his body trembling from the sheer adrenaline coursing through him. But that voice, it was so familiar, so real. He couldn't ignore it. With a shaky breath, James took a step forward. Then another. The fog swirled around him, guiding him deeper into the alleyway, deeper into the heart of the town. Silent Hill was pulling him in, wrapping him in its lies, its darkness. But somewhere, deep down, James knew that he had no choice but to follow. Chapter 4: Torment. James couldn't shake the feeling that he was walking in circles. The streets of Silent Hill had become a labyrinth, each corner leading him deeper into the fog, deeper into his own confusion. His thoughts were a tangled mess, and the further he went, the harder it became to focus. His mind felt like it was slipping, unraveling just as the town itself seemed to shift and change with each passing moment. Every few steps, he heard that faint, distant voice, Mary's voice, calling to him. It was always just out of reach, just beyond the fog, pulling him forward. He couldn't ignore it, even though a part of him knew that it was a lie. Silent Hill was tormenting him, playing with his emotions, dredging up memories that he had long since buried. But there was no turning back now. James walked with a sense of grim determination, his flashlight flickering as it struggled to pierce the dense fog. The streets were eerily empty, devoid of any life. The only sound was the rhythmic crunch of his footsteps on the cracked pavement and the occasional distant creak of the old buildings around him. The town felt like it was alive, watching him, waiting for the moment when he would finally break. As he turned another corner, James found himself standing in front of Brookhaven Hospital. The sight of it sent a jolt of fear through him, and his body tensed instinctively. Memories of his last visit to this place surged back, dark hallways, blood-stained floors, the grotesque creatures that had once hunted him through these very halls. The hospital had been a nightmare before, and now it stood before him again, a towering monument to his past mistakes. His hand trembled as he reached for the door handle, but he hesitated. The rational part of his mind screamed at him to turn back, to leave this place behind. But that voice, her voice, was somewhere inside. He could feel it. Silent Hill wanted him here, and if he was going to find any answers, this was where they would be. The door creaked open, and James stepped into the hospital's dimly lit lobby. The smell hit him immediately, stale, musty air mixed with the faint metallic tang of blood. The fog hung in the air, even inside the building, swirling lazily under the fluorescent lights that flickered overhead. The place looked worse than it had before, the walls crumbling, paint peeling in long strips, and the floor littered with debris. James's footsteps echoed in the silence as he moved further into the hospital, the memories of this place making his skin crawl. He had seen things here, terrible things. Creatures that defied explanation, born from the deepest parts of his mind. And yet, he couldn't stop. He had to keep moving. He had to find Mary. The elevator at the end of the hall stood open, its doors slightly ajar, beckoning him forward. James approached cautiously, peering inside. The interior was dim, the light flickering weakly, but it seemed functional enough. He stepped inside, his heart pounding in his chest as the doors slid shut behind him with a groan. The elevator shuddered to life, the machinery grinding as it descended. James gripped the railing, his breath shallow. He had no idea where he was going or what he would find. The hospital had a way of warping itself, changing its layout to confuse him. There was no guarantee that it would lead him anywhere safe. The doors opened with a soft ding, revealing a long, narrow hallway bathed in sickly yellow light. James stepped out, the air thick with an oppressive, unnatural heat. The walls were covered in grime, and the floor was slick with some kind of dark, viscous liquid that made his shoes stick with every step. He walked cautiously, his eyes scanning the hallway for any signs of movement. Every shadow seemed to shift, every creak of the building sent a shiver down his spine. The hospital felt alive, like it was breathing around him, its walls pulsing with a dark, twisted energy. Then, from the end of the hallway, James heard something, a low, guttural sound, like the moan of something in pain. His heart skipped a beat, and he stopped in his tracks, straining to listen. The sound grew louder, more distinct, as if it was coming from just around the corner. He swallowed hard, his throat dry. He had faced creatures in this town before, things that should not exist, things that defied logic. But no matter how many times he encountered them, the fear never lessened. Silent Hill had a way of twisting fear into something far more primal, more visceral. James forced himself to move forward, his flashlight casting long, wavering shadows on the walls as he rounded the corner. The sound grew louder, a wet, squelching noise that made his stomach turn. And then he saw it. At the far end of the hall, hunched over in the middle of the floor, was a figure. It was human-shaped, but horribly disfigured. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and its limbs were twisted at unnatural angles. It was gnawing on something, the wet sound of its feeding echoing down the hall. James couldn't make out what it was eating, but the sight of it made him freeze in place. The creature stopped suddenly, as if sensing his presence. It lifted its head, revealing a face that was grotesquely misshapen, its eyes wide and empty, its mouth stretched into an unnatural grin, blood dripping from its lips. James's breath caught in his throat, his body locking up in terror. The creature let out a low, gurgling growl and began to crawl toward him, its movements jerky and unnatural. Its long, twisted arms reached out, dragging its deformed body across the floor with sickening ease. The sound of its flesh scraping against the tiles made James's skin crawl. Without thinking, he stumbled backward, his pulse racing. His heart pounded in his ears as he fumbled with his flashlight, the beam shaking as it swept across the hallway. The creature moved faster now, closing the distance between them with terrifying speed. James's instincts took over, and he turned to run. His shoes slipped on the slick floor as he sprinted down the hallway, the creature's guttural moans growing louder behind him. He didn't dare look back. He couldn't. His breath came in ragged gasps as he reached the end of the hall, his hands slamming into the door. It wouldn't budge. Panic surged through him, and he threw his shoulder against the door, the wood groaning under the impact. Still, it wouldn't open. The creature was almost upon him now, its distorted limbs scraping against the floor as it crawled closer. James could hear its labored breathing, the wet, sloshing sound of its movements. His heart raced, and a cold sweat broke out on his skin. Desperate, he slammed into the door again, and this time it gave way. James stumbled through the doorway, the door slamming shut behind him with a loud bang. He collapsed against the wall, his chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. His entire body trembled with adrenaline, the fear still coursing through him. For a long moment, there was nothing but silence. The creature didn't follow. He could still hear it, though, just outside the door, its ragged breathing and the faint scratching of its claws on the tiles. But it didn't try to break through. It was as if the door itself had become an impenetrable barrier, keeping the horrors of the hospital at bay. James's mind raced, his thoughts a chaotic blur. He had faced these monsters before, but this time felt different. The creatures seemed more aggressive, more intent on tearing him apart. The town was pushing him harder, testing his limits. He wiped the sweat from his brow and pushed himself to his feet. His legs felt like jelly, his muscles weak and trembling. But he couldn't stop. Not now. He had to keep going. The room he had stumbled into was small, cramped, with dim lighting and peeling wallpaper. It looked like some kind of patient's room, though it had long since been abandoned. The bed was overturned, its sheets stained and torn, and the walls were covered in old, yellowing posters that advertised treatments and procedures long forgotten. James's eyes scanned the room, and then he saw it. Sitting on the small bedside table was a picture frame, its glass cracked and dirty. He walked over and picked it up, wiping away the grime to reveal the photo inside. It was a picture of him and Mary. James's heart skipped a beat. He remembered this photo. It had been taken years ago, before Mary had gotten sick. Before everything had fallen apart. They were smiling, their arms wrapped around each other, happy. But that happiness had been fleeting, a moment in time that was quickly overshadowed by the darkness that had followed. His fingers tightened around the frame, his chest aching with the weight of the memories. Mary had been everything to him, and he had let her down. He had failed her in the worst possible way. And now, the town was forcing him to relive it, over and over again. A sudden noise broke the silence, a soft, rhythmic tapping, like the sound of fingers drumming against a surface. James froze, his grip on the picture frame tightening. The sound was coming from just outside the door. His breath caught in his throat as he slowly turned toward the door. The tapping continued, growing louder, more insistent. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Silence. James's heart raced, his mind screaming at him to run. But he couldn't move. He was rooted to the spot, his legs locked in place by the overwhelming fear that had gripped him. The door creaked open. Standing in the doorway was a figure, tall, thin, and shrouded in shadow. Its face was obscured by the darkness, but James could feel its gaze on him, cold and piercing. The figure didn't move, didn't speak. It just stood there, watching him. James's pulse quickened, his breath shallow. He felt like a rabbit trapped in the gaze of a predator, unable to escape. And then the figure spoke, its voice low and soft. "James." It was Mary's voice. James's heart lurched in his chest. He blinked, his mind reeling. It couldn't be her. It couldn't. Mary, he whispered, his voice barely audible. The figure stepped forward into the light, and James's breath caught in his throat. It was her. Or at least, it looked like her. But something was wrong. Her face was gaunt, pale, her eyes hollow. She looked sick, weak, as though the life had been drained from her. "James," she said again, her voice filled with a quiet sadness. "Why did you leave me?" James stumbled backward, his mind screaming at him to run. But he couldn't. He couldn't leave her. Not again. "I didn't. His voice trembled, his words faltering. "I didn't mean to." Her gaze hardened, and her voice grew colder. "You left me, James. You abandoned me when I needed you the most." James shook his head, his chest tight with guilt. "No, I didn't. I tried. I tried to save you." "But you didn't," she said, stepping closer. Her face was a twisted mask of anger and sorrow. "You let me die. You let me suffer." James's breath came in short, ragged gasps. The guilt, the shame, it all came crashing down on him at once. He had tried to forget, tried to move on, but Silent Hill wouldn't let him. The town wanted him to suffer. It wanted him to relive his mistakes, his failures, over and over again. And now, here she was, standing in front of him, accusing him of the very thing he had tried so hard to bury. "I'm sorry," James whispered, his voice breaking. "I'm so sorry, Mary." Her gaze softened for a moment, and then, without warning, she lunged at him, her hands outstretched, her fingers clawing at his throat. James stumbled backward, his hands flying up to defend himself. But it wasn't enough. Her grip was cold, icy, her fingers like iron as they wrapped around his neck, squeezing tighter and tighter. "Why did you let me die?" she screamed, her voice echoing through the small room. "Why did you leave me?" James gasped for air, his vision blurring as her grip tightened. His hands clawed at hers, but it was no use. She was too strong. The edges of his vision darkened, and for a moment he thought he was going to die. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. Mary, the thing that looked like Mary, released him, stepping back into the shadows. James collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath, his chest heaving as he fought to stay conscious. The figure watched him for a moment, and then it spoke again, its voice cold and hollow. "You'll never escape this, James. You'll never escape what you did." And with that, it disappeared, melting into the fog. James lay on the floor, his body trembling, his mind racing. He had come to Silent Hill seeking answers, hoping to find some kind of redemption. But there was no redemption here. Only torment. Chapter 5, Descent. James didn't remember leaving the hospital. He didn't remember walking back through the decaying hallways, or how he found his way out of that maze of horrors. But somehow, he was outside again, the cold fog clinging to his skin like a second layer. His throat still burned from where she, or whatever that thing had been, had choked him. His body ached, and his mind was spinning, trapped in an endless cycle of guilt and fear. But there was no time to dwell on it. Silent Hill didn't give him that luxury. He stood in the street, his body swaying slightly as if the ground itself was unstable. The air was thick with the damp smell of decay, and the fog had only grown denser, swallowing everything in its wake. The distant buildings were just blurry shapes, big outlines of a forgotten world. James stared ahead, his heart pounding in his chest. His grip on the flashlight had become so tight that his knuckles were white, but the light it emitted was dim, flickering weakly in the oppressive gloom. "I didn't mean to," James thought, his mind still echoing the words he had choked out in that hospital room. "I tried to save you, Mary. I tried." But he had failed. And now, Silent Hill wouldn't let him forget. It wouldn't let him escape what he had done. His legs felt heavy as he forced himself to move, his footsteps sluggish and uneven. The town was warping around him again, shifting, changing. Nothing made sense anymore, not the streets, not the buildings, not even the sounds that occasionally drifted through the fog like the whispers of the damned. He needed to find the hotel. Our special place. If there were any answers, they would be there. But the town wasn't going to let him reach it easily. Silent Hill thrived on his suffering, feeding off his torment. And with each step, James felt himself sinking deeper into the twisted reality that the town had created. The fog seemed to thicken, closing in on him from all sides as if it were alive, pulsating with the same dark energy that had filled the hospital. The buildings, the streets, they were different again. The town had shifted, becoming more disjointed, more surreal. The streets were no longer straight, but crooked, bending unnaturally as if leading him deeper into some dark, unknowable abyss. And then there were the sounds. Low, distant moans echoed through the fog, coming from everywhere and nowhere all at once. James's heart quickened. He had heard those sounds before. The town's inhabitants were stirring, their grotesque forms lurking just beyond his sight, waiting for the moment to emerge. He could feel them watching him, feel their hunger. He reached the corner of what he thought was Neely Street and turned, only to stop dead in his tracks. A figure stood in the middle of the road, barely visible through the thick fog. It was tall, motionless, a shadow in the distance. James's breath caught in his throat. Was it her again? No. This was different. The figure was too still, too solid, as if it were a statue frozen in time. James took a cautious step forward, the beam of his flashlight sweeping over the figure, illuminating its grotesque shape. It wasn't human. The thing standing before him was twisted and distorted, its body hunched and grotesque, its limbs elongated unnaturally. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and it seemed to glisten in the fog as though covered in a thin layer of slime. Its head was bent at an impossible angle, its face hidden in the shadows. A wave of nausea rolled through James. He had seen these creatures before. Silent Hill's monsters had always been reflections of the town's darkness, twisted manifestations of his guilt, his shame. But this one felt different. It was more alive. The creature didn't move at first, but as James took another step forward, its head jerked upright with a sickening crack. Its face was a mass of writhing flesh, its mouth twisted into a grotesque grin that stretched too far across its face. And then, it started to move. It took a single, shuddering step toward him, its elongated limbs dragging along the pavement with a sound that made James's skin crawl. His pulse quickened, panic rising in his chest as the creature's movements grew more erratic, more aggressive. Run. The word screamed in his mind, but his legs felt like they were made of lead, frozen by fear. The creature let out a low, guttural growl as it lurched toward him, faster now, its body convulsing with each step. James's breath hitched in his throat as he finally turned, his legs breaking free of their paralysis. He ran. The sound of the creature's movements followed him, the scraping of its limbs against the ground growing louder, more frantic. James's heart pounded in his chest as he sprinted down the street, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. He could hear the creature behind him, its wet, gurgling breath sending chills down his spine. But the streets were shifting again, warping around him. The road ahead was no longer straight, it twisted and bent in impossible ways, leading him in circles, deeper into the fog. No matter how far he ran, he couldn't escape. Silent Hill was closing in on him, trapping him in its nightmarish maze. His legs burned, his muscles aching as he stumbled around a corner, nearly losing his balance. The flashlight flickered wildly in his hand, casting erratic beams of light across the distorted buildings around him. James's mind raced, his thoughts a jumbled mess of fear and desperation. There was no way out. The creature was close now, too close. He could feel its presence, could hear the sickening sound of its body dragging itself closer and closer. James's vision blurred as panic set in, his body on the verge of collapse. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the sound stopped. James skidded to a halt, his breath coming in harsh, ragged gasps. He spun around, shining the flashlight into the fog. There was nothing. The creature was gone, as if it had never been there at all. The silence returned, heavy and oppressive, suffocating him. For a long moment, James just stood there, trying to catch his breath. His legs trembled, his heart still pounding in his chest. He could hardly believe it, he had escaped. But the relief was short-lived. Silent Hill never let him rest for long. The fog shifted again, swirling like a living thing. And then he heard it, her voice. James. His heart skipped a beat, the sound of her voice cutting through the silence like a knife. It was soft, almost a whisper, but unmistakable. Mary. She was calling to him again. James's legs moved on their own, carrying him toward the voice. The fog parted slightly, revealing a narrow alleyway that seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance. The buildings on either side were warped and decayed, their windows dark and lifeless. He walked slowly, the sound of his footsteps muffled by the thick fog. The alleyway felt like it was closing in on him, the walls pressing tighter with each step. But he couldn't stop. He had to find her. He had to know if she was real. James. Her voice echoed again, closer now. It sounded so real, so familiar. His mind raced, hope and fear warring inside him. What if she was here? What if Silent Hill had brought her back, somehow, some way? He turned a corner, and there, standing at the far end of the alleyway, was a figure. She was shrouded in the fog, her silhouette barely visible, but James knew it was her. He felt it. Mary, he called out, his voice trembling. The figure didn't move, didn't respond. She just stood there, waiting. James took a cautious step forward, his heart pounding in his chest. He could barely breathe, the air thick with tension. His mind screamed at him to turn back, to run, but he couldn't. Not now. Not when he was so close. As he approached, the fog began to lift slightly, revealing more of the figure. It was her. He could see her now, her hair, her clothes. She was just as he remembered, just as she had been before the sickness had taken her. "Mary," James whispered, his throat tight with emotion. He reached out a trembling hand toward her. "Is it really you?" The figure turned slowly, her face still obscured by the fog. But there was something wrong. James's breath caught in his throat as he saw it. Her face was distorted, her features twisted into something unrecognizable, something wrong. She wasn't Mary. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. Silent Hill had tricked him again. It had dangled the hope of her in front of him, only to twist it into something monstrous. The figure let out a low, guttural laugh, its body convulsing as it moved toward him. Its form shifted and warped, its limbs elongating, its skin peeling away to reveal raw, pulsing flesh beneath. The thing that had once looked like Mary was now a grotesque parody, a nightmare made flesh. James stumbled backward, his heart pounding in his chest. He had been a fool to think she could be here, to think that Silent Hill would give him what he wanted. The creature lunged at him, its twisted limbs reaching out, claws scraping against the ground as it closed the distance. James turned and ran, his legs burning with exhaustion, his mind reeling from the shock. The alleyway twisted and warped around him, the walls closing in as the creature's laughter echoed in his ears. The sound was maddening, a twisted mockery of the woman he had loved. He could feel its presence behind him, closing in with every step. But there was no escape. Silent Hill was a trap, and James was caught in its web. He rounded another corner, and suddenly the alleyway opened up into a wide courtyard. James skidded to a halt, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he scanned the area. The creature was gone, but the tension in the air remained, heavy and suffocating. And then, in the center of the courtyard, he saw it, Lakeview Hotel. The crumbling building loomed before him, its once grand facade now a decayed ruin. The windows were shattered, the walls cracked and peeling, but James recognized it immediately. This was the place where it had all begun. And now, it was where it would end. His heart pounded in his chest as he stared at the building, his mind racing. He didn't know what he would find inside, didn't know if he was ready to face whatever horrors awaited him. But he had no choice. The town had brought him here for a reason, and there was no turning back now. With a deep breath, James took a step toward the hotel, his body trembling with exhaustion and fear. The entrance loomed before him, dark and foreboding, the door slightly ajar as if inviting him inside. James stepped forward, his legs heavy, his mind numb. It was time to face the truth. Chapter 6: Grief. The door to the Lakeview Hotel groaned as James pushed it open. It sounded almost like a scream, long, drawn out, and filled with something dark. The heavy wooden door scraped against the floor as he stepped inside, and the scent hit him immediately. A thick, musty odor, like damp rot mixed with old wood and decay. The air was cold, stagnant, almost suffocating, but it felt right. This place had always been a tomb. A place for the dead and for memories that would never fade. James stood still for a moment, just inside the entrance, his body trembling as he listened to the oppressive silence. His eyes adjusted to the dim light that filtered in through the broken windows, casting long, eerie shadows across the lobby. Everything was covered in dust. The grand chandelier that once hung proudly from the ceiling now sagged under years of neglect, its crystals clinking softly in the stillness. The floor beneath his feet creaked with every step, the wood warped and uneven. It was exactly as he remembered. But this time, the weight of being here was heavier. It pressed down on him like lead, each breath harder to take than the last. This was where it all had begun, and where it had ended. Where he had finally learned the truth about himself and about Mary. James swallowed hard, pushing the memory back, even though he knew it was futile. The truth never stayed buried for long in Silent Hill. It always clawed its way back to the surface. He forced himself to move, his legs stiff and uncooperative. His footsteps echoed through the empty lobby, and every sound seemed to stretch out endlessly, like the building itself was breathing in time with him. As he approached the reception desk, his eyes caught something, an old, faded photograph framed on the wall. It was a picture of the hotel from years ago, back when it was still new, still whole. Before everything had fallen apart. James stared at it for a long moment. There had been a time when this place had meant something to him. It had been their escape, his and Mary's, a place where they could be together, away from the pain of the real world. But that had been a lie. Silent Hill had always been watching, even then, waiting for them to return. Waiting for James to come back to finish what he had started. The memory of Mary's face, pale and twisted with sickness, flashed in his mind, and James flinched. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms as he tried to push the image away. "I'm sorry," he thought, though he knew the words were meaningless now. The lobby stretched out ahead of him, dark and foreboding. The fog that had clung to the town outside was absent here, but the air felt just as thick, just as suffocating. As James moved deeper into the hotel, his flashlight casting long shadows across the walls, he felt the familiar pull of the place. It was as if the building itself was drawing him in, luring him further into its decayed depths. The Lakeview Hotel had always been like this, a labyrinth of memories and pain. A place where time stood still, and the past refused to let go. It had been the last place he had seen Mary alive. The last place where he had been forced to confront the truth. He had killed her. That was the truth that Silent Hill had shown him. That was the weight he carried with him now, the guilt that had consumed him ever since. He had thought he could run from it, bury it deep enough that it would disappear. But the town had other plans. His steps echoed through the empty hallways as he made his way to the elevator. The buttons were worn, the metal rusted with age, but the elevator still worked just as it had before. James pressed the button, and the doors slid open with a groan, revealing the dark, narrow space inside. He stepped in, his heart pounding in his chest. The elevator shuddered as it began its ascent, the machinery groaning with the effort of lifting him. James closed his eyes, trying to steady his breathing, but it was no use. The memories were too strong here. The grief too deep. Mary had been waiting for him in this hotel, lying in that bed, her body wasting away. And James, he had come here to end her suffering. That's what he told himself, at least. That he was helping her. That it was what she wanted. But the truth was far more selfish. He had been running away. Running from the pain, from the guilt, from the love that had turned into something dark and twisted. The elevator dinged softly, the doors sliding open to reveal the familiar hallway. James stepped out, his heart heavy in his chest. The room was just ahead, Their room. Room 312. He had been here before, had stood in this very hallway, trembling with fear and guilt. And now he was here again. As he approached the door, he saw that it was slightly ajar, but was splintered and cracked as though it had been forced open. His pulse quickened. This was it. The answers were inside. James pushed the door open, and the smell hit him immediately, a stale, musty odor, like old sickness and death. The room was dark, the curtains drawn, casting long shadows across the floor. The bed, where Mary had once lain, was still there, though now it was covered in dust and grime. The sheets were yellowed with age, and the pillows were sunken and torn. But there was something else. Sitting on the edge of the bed was a figure. A woman. She was facing away from him, her back to the door, her long hair cascading down her shoulders. James's breath caught in his throat, his heart racing. Mary? The figure didn't move, didn't speak. She just sat there, staring out the window, her hands resting in her lap. James took a step closer, his body trembling with a mixture of hope and fear. It couldn't be her. It wasn't possible. But the town had played tricks on him before. It had shown him things that weren't real, twisted his memories, distorted his reality. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Mary? The figure shifted slightly, but she didn't turn to face him. James's heart pounded in his chest as he took another step forward, his eyes locked on the woman's form. Her shoulders rose and fell with each shallow breath, her hair swaying slightly with the movement. Is it really you? James whispered, his throat tight. The woman's head tilted to the side, just slightly, as if she were listening to him. But still, she didn't turn. James's heart ached as he stepped closer, his hand reaching out toward her. And then she spoke. You left me. The voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it was filled with a quiet, aching sadness. James's hand froze, his breath catching in his throat. It was her. Her voice. Her words. But they were wrong. I didn't want to, James stammered, his voice breaking. I didn't want to leave you. You abandoned me, she said, her voice still soft, but now tinged with bitterness. You left me to die. No. James's voice rose, his heart pounding in his chest. I tried to help you. I didn't want you to suffer anymore. You killed me. The words hit him like a physical blow, knocking the breath from his lungs. His legs trembled beneath him, and he stumbled forward, his hand falling to his side. I didn't, he whispered, but the words felt hollow, empty. The woman on the bed finally moved, standing slowly, her back still to him. Her movements were jerky, unnatural, as though her body wasn't her own. James's heart raced, his breath coming in short, shallow gasps. She turned to face him. James's blood ran cold. It was Mary, or at least it looked like her. But her face was wrong. It was pale and gaunt, her eyes hollow, her skin stretched tight over her bones. And her mouth twisted into a grotesque smile that stretched too far, splitting her face into something monstrous. You killed me, James, she repeated, her voice hollow and cold. No, James whispered, his body trembling. No, I didn't, I didn't want to. The figure took a step toward him, her eyes fixed on him, unblinking. You let me die. You let me suffer. And now you're here to suffer, too. James stumbled backward, his legs weak, his mind racing. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. Silent Hill was playing with him again, twisting his memories, turning his grief into something monstrous. The figure took another step, her smile widening, her eyes dark and empty. You killed me, James, she said again, her voice echoing in the small room. And now you'll never leave this place. James's back hit the wall, and he slid to the floor, his body shaking with fear and grief. His mind was a storm of emotions, memories, and guilt. He had tried to forget, tried to move on, but it had all come crashing back down on him. I'm sorry, James whispered, tears filling his eyes. I'm so sorry, Mary. The figure loomed over him now, her face twisted into that horrific, unnatural smile. She reached out, her cold fingers brushing against his cheek. You should be, she whispered, her voice a chilling echo. You should be sorry. And then, she was gone. The room was empty again, the oppressive silence returning. James sat on the floor, his body trembling, his mind shattered. His heart ached with the weight of his grief, the overwhelming guilt that he had carried with him for so long. He had come to Silent Hill seeking answers, seeking some kind of redemption. But there was none. There was only pain, only the ghosts of his past. James stood slowly, his legs weak, his body heavy with exhaustion. He looked around their room, one last time, and then he turned and walked back toward the door. The truth had been laid bare before him once again. But the town wasn't finished with him yet. Chapter 7, Truth. The air inside the hotel had grown colder, thicker, as if the walls themselves were closing in on James. Each step felt heavier than the last, as though his body was rejecting the truth that waited for him just ahead. The conversation with the twisted version of Mary echoed in his mind, each word cutting deeper than the one before. Her cold, hollow voice, the accusation, "You killed me," played over and over again, like a broken record he couldn't turn off. But the truth had always been there, hadn't it? He had come back to Silent Hill seeking answers, hoping for some kind of closure, but deep down, he had always known what awaited him. He had known since the day he walked into that hospital room, since the day he made his choice. And now, the town was forcing him to confront it, to finally face the truth he had tried so hard to bury. James walked slowly through the dark, twisting halls of the Lakeview Hotel, his flashlight flickering weakly in his hand. The air was thick with dust, the walls peeling and cracked, as if the very building had begun to rot from the inside out. Every room he passed seemed to whisper his name, every creak of the floorboards reminding him that the town was watching, waiting for him to fall apart. And he was close. So close. The truth felt like a weight pressing down on his chest, suffocating him with every breath he took. He had come here to find Mary, but the closer he got to the answers, the more he realized that he wasn't prepared for what Silent Hill would show him. No one ever was. Ahead of him, a door stood slightly ajar. The brass handle gleamed dully in the faint light of his flashlight, and James felt an overwhelming sense of dread as he approached it. His body moved on its own, his feet carrying him toward the door even as his mind screamed at him to turn back, to run, to escape before it was too late. But it was already too late. It had been too late from the moment he set foot in this cursed town again. James reached out with trembling fingers, pushing the door open. It creaked on its hinges, the sound echoing down the empty hallway like a scream. The room beyond was dark, the faint outline of furniture barely visible in the gloom. He stepped inside, his heart pounding in his chest. The door slammed shut behind him. James spun around, his flashlight flickering as the sound reverberated through the room. The air was colder here, so cold that his breath came out in visible puffs of mist. He could feel the presence in the room with him, something dark, something wrong, lurking just beyond the edge of his vision. His hand tightened around the flashlight, and he slowly turned back toward the center of the room. And then he saw her. Sitting in a chair by the window, her body bathed in the faint, pale light of the moon filtering through the curtains, was Mary. His heart stopped. She looked exactly as he remembered her, fragile, delicate, her pale skin stretched thin over her bones, her hair falling in soft waves around her face. Her eyes were closed, her hands resting in her lap, her body unnaturally still. "Mary?" James whispered, his voice barely audible. She didn't move. She didn't respond. She just sat there, motionless, like a ghost haunting the room. James took a hesitant step forward, his heart pounding so hard he thought it might burst from his chest. He couldn't believe it. She was here. After everything, after all the lies, she was here. Silent Hill had brought her back to him. But as he stepped closer, something inside him shifted. His breath caught in his throat, and the overwhelming sense of wrongness that hung in the air pressed down on him harder than ever. This wasn't right. It couldn't be. Mary was dead. He killed her. The thought slammed into him with the force of a sledgehammer, and James stopped in his tracks, his legs trembling beneath him. His hands shook, and the flashlight slipped from his grip, clattering to the floor. The room was plunged into darkness, save for the faint glow of the moonlight through the window. "Mary," James whispered, his voice cracking. "I'm sorry. I didn't want to." Still, she didn't move. James's vision blurred as tears welled up in his eyes, and he stumbled forward, his knees giving out as he collapsed to the floor. He reached out toward her, his fingers trembling as they brushed against the hem of her dress. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to stop your suffering. I thought I was helping." His voice broke, the words coming out in choked sobs. The guilt, the grief, the overwhelming weight of it all crashed down on him, and he buried his face in his hands, the tears flowing freely now. He had carried this burden for so long, had tried to convince himself that he had done the right thing, but now, faced with the reality of it, he couldn't deny the truth any longer. He had murdered his wife. The room seemed to close in around him, the darkness suffocating, the cold air biting at his skin. His sobs echoed in the silence, but there was no comfort here. Only pain. Only the crushing weight of his guilt. And then, slowly, painfully, he felt a hand on his shoulder. James froze, his breath catching in his throat. The touch was cold, so cold that it felt like ice burning through his skin. Slowly, he lifted his head, his eyes wide with fear. Mary was standing over him. Her face was twisted in pain, her eyes filled with something dark, something hateful. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her body seemed to shimmer in the dim light, as if she wasn't fully real. But her eyes burned with a fury that made James's blood run cold. "You left me," she said, her voice hollow, but laced with venom. "You left me to die." James's throat tightened, his chest constricting. "No, I didn't. I was trying to." "You killed me," she hissed, her voice rising. "You murdered me, James." I didn't want to," he choked out, his voice barely a whisper. I thought I was helping you. You were in so much pain. I just wanted it to stop." Mary's face twisted into a grotesque smile, her eyes narrowing. "You wanted it to stop for you. Not for me." James's heart pounded in his chest, and he felt like he was going to be sick. Her words cut through him like a knife, the truth slicing open old wounds that had never fully healed. He had told himself that he had done it for her, to end her suffering, but deep down, he knew that wasn't the full story. He had done it for himself. Because he couldn't handle seeing her like that anymore. Because the burden of her illness had become too much for him to bear. He had taken her life to ease his own pain, not hers. "I'm sorry," James whispered, his voice shaking. "I'm so sorry, Mary. I didn't know what else to do." Mary's face darkened, her smile fading. "You took everything from me, James. You took my life, my future, my chance to be happy again." James's chest heaved with sobs, his body trembling as he sank lower to the floor. The weight of her words crushed him, and for the first time, he truly understood what he had done. He had taken away not just her life, but her hope, her dreams, everything that had once made her who she was. And now, she was nothing but a ghost, a twisted reflection of the woman he had once loved. "I deserve this," James whispered, his voice barely audible. "I deserve all of this." Mary stepped closer, her eyes boring into his, cold and unfeeling. "Yes, you do." Her words hung in the air like a death sentence, and James felt his heart shatter into a million pieces. There was no redemption here. No forgiveness. Silent Hill had shown him the truth, and there was no escaping it. James bowed his head, his tears falling to the cold, cracked floor beneath him. He had come to this town searching for answers, for some way to atone for his sins, but now he realized there was no atonement. There was only the truth. And the truth was that he was a murderer. For a long time, the room was silent. James knelt on the floor, his body shaking with grief, the overwhelming weight of his guilt pressing down on him like a suffocating blanket. He didn't know how long he stayed there, but eventually the cold presence in the room faded. When he finally looked up, Mary was gone. The room was empty again, bathed in darkness, save for the faint glow of the moon through the window. The hotel was silent, the oppressive stillness returning. But James was different now. The truth had broken him. He stood slowly, his legs weak and unsteady. His body felt heavy, as if the grief and guilt had seeped into his very bones. He stumbled toward the door, his mind numb, his heart hollow. There was nothing left for him here. Silent Hill had taken everything from him, his hope, his love, his sanity. And as he stepped back into the cold, fog-filled streets, James knew that the town wasn't done with him yet. Chapter 8: Abyss. James stood at the entrance of the Lakeview Hotel, staring out into the fog-drenched streets of Silent Hill. The cold air clung to his skin, biting at him, but he barely felt it. His body was numb, his mind heavy with the crushing weight of the truth he had just faced. He had killed Mary. The town had shown him that, made him relive it, made him confront the monstrous truth of his actions. And now, there was nothing left. The truth had stripped him bare, left him hollow. Silent Hill had taken everything, his hope, his sanity, his soul. James took a step forward, his legs trembling beneath him. The ground felt unstable, like he was walking on the edge of a cliff, teetering between holding on and falling into the abyss. The fog was thicker than ever, swirling around him like a living thing, wrapping him in its suffocating embrace. The town was alive, feeding off his despair, waiting for him to make the final plunge into darkness. But where could he go now? What was left for him? As he walked, the familiar streets of Silent Hill twisted around him, warping into a surreal nightmare. The buildings bent at impossible angles, their windows shattered, their walls covered in dark, oozing stains that dripped onto the cracked pavement. The streetlights flickered weakly, casting erratic shadows that danced and shifted like figures in the fog. Nothing made sense anymore. The town had become a reflection of James's mind, broken, chaotic, lost. His footsteps echoed in the stillness, but it wasn't long before the silence was broken by something else. A low, distant rumble. James stopped, his breath catching in his throat. The sound was faint at first, barely audible over the muffled quiet of the fog, but it grew louder, more distinct, until it became unmistakable. The ground beneath him trembled, and a deep, primal fear surged through him. Pyramid Head. The hulking figure, the relentless executioner that had haunted him before, was near. James had faced Pyramid Head once before, barely surviving the encounter, and the thought of facing it again sent a cold wave of terror crashing over him. He turned, his heart pounding in his chest, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. The fog swirled violently around him, and for a moment he thought he saw a shadow, massive, distorted, lurking just beyond the edge of his vision. His legs moved before his mind could catch up, carrying him away from the approaching threat. He ran. The streets twisted beneath his feet, warping as if the town itself was trying to trap him, to pull him deeper into its nightmare. His footsteps echoed loudly in his ears, each step a frantic attempt to escape the inevitable. But no matter how fast he ran, how hard he pushed himself, he could feel Pyramid Head closing in behind him, the relentless scrape of its massive blade against the ground reverberating through the fog. James's lungs burned, his muscles screamed for relief, but he couldn't stop. Not now. The town wouldn't let him. Suddenly, the ground in front of him gave way, the street collapsing into a jagged, gaping hole that yawned like the mouth of an abyss. James skidded to a halt, teetering on the edge of the chasm. He stared down into the darkness below, his heart pounding in his chest. There was no bottom, just an endless void, swallowing everything. He was trapped. The sound of Pyramid Head's approach grew louder, closer. The monstrous figure was just behind him now, the weight of its presence pressing down on him like a lead blanket. James felt his body tremble with fear, his mind screaming for him to run, to do something, anything, to escape. But there was nowhere to go. The edge of the abyss beckoned, the darkness below pulling at him, calling to him. James's breath came in shallow gasps as he stared into the void, his mind racing. He had come to Silent Hill searching for answers, searching for redemption. But now, faced with the cold, inescapable truth of his actions, there was no escape. No redemption. Only the abyss. The scraping of Pyramid Head's blade grew louder, so close now that James could feel the cold breath of death on the back of his neck. His legs shook beneath him, his body frozen in place as the executioner loomed behind him, waiting for him to make the final choice. Was this what he deserved? James's thoughts spun in circles, his mind racing as he stood at the edge of the chasm, the weight of his guilt crushing him. He had done terrible things. He had taken Mary's life, stolen her future, her hope, and now Silent Hill was offering him a final judgment. The abyss yawned before him, promising oblivion. Behind him, Pyramid Head stood, a silent executioner, its very presence a reminder of the punishment he knew he deserved. He closed his eyes, feeling the cold wind tug at him from the darkness below. For a moment, he wondered if letting go would be easier, if this was the release he sought. To fall, to disappear into the nothingness where guilt and pain couldn't follow. But as the thought settled in his mind, a memory surfaced, Mary's voice, soft, broken, but filled with love. "Do you still love me, James?" That question had haunted him since her death. He had told himself he did, that everything he had done was out of love, but standing here now, at the edge of everything, he wasn't so sure. Could love justify what he had done? Could it make up for the choices he had made? The abyss offered a clean end, but wasn't that just another escape? Another way to avoid facing what he had done? James opened his eyes, and for the first time since he returned to Silent Hill, he felt something shift inside him. The void below still called to him, and the shadow of Pyramid Head loomed large behind him, but there was a clarity in his mind now that hadn't been there before. A realization, cold and sharp as the fog that surrounded him. Running had gotten him nowhere. His breath came in shallow, ragged bursts as he forced himself to turn around. Pyramid Head stood there, a monolith of judgment, its faceless helmet gleaming in the faint light of the fog. The massive bladed drag behind it seemed to pulse with a life of its own, but James didn't flinch. The fear was still there, gnawing at him, but it wasn't the only thing he felt. "I'm not running anymore," James whispered, though his voice barely rose above the sound of his own heartbeat. "I deserve this. I know I do. But I can't run." Pyramid Head stood motionless, as if waiting for him to make the next move. The air between them crackled with tension, the weight of the town's expectations pressing down on him like a vice. For what felt like an eternity, they simply stared at each other, the executioner and the condemned. And then, as if acknowledging his resolve, Pyramid Head slowly lowered its weapon. The massive blade scraped against the ground, the sound reverberating through the fog like a final warning. It took a step back, then another, its movements slow and deliberate. It wasn't retreating, but it wasn't advancing either. It was giving him space. Giving him a choice. James's heart pounded in his chest as he took a tentative step forward. His legs still felt weak, his body trembling with exhaustion and fear, but he kept moving. One step, then another, away from the edge of the abyss, away from the void that had promised an easy escape. Pyramid Head watched him in silence, its hulking form a constant reminder of the judgment that still awaited him. But it didn't move. It didn't strike. James didn't know if it was mercy or something darker, but he didn't question it. He just kept walking, putting distance between himself and the abyss, between himself and the past that had threatened to consume him. The fog swirled around him as he made his way back down the twisted streets of Silent Hill, his footsteps heavy but purposeful. The town had shown him the truth, had forced him to confront the darkest parts of himself, and while the weight of that truth would never fully lift, he wasn't ready to give in. Not yet. As James walked, the fog seemed to shift, the oppressive silence giving way to something softer, quieter. The darkness was still there, lurking in the shadows, but it didn't feel as all-encompassing as before. The town was still watching him, still waiting for him to falter, but for the first time since he had arrived, he felt like he could keep going. He didn't know what lay ahead. Silent Hill was a labyrinth of horrors and lies, and the path forward was anything but clear. But James had made his choice. He had faced the truth of what he had done, and while the guilt would always be with him, gnawing at the edges of his mind, he wasn't going to fall into the abyss. Not today. As the echoes of Pyramid Head's blade faded into the distance, James kept walking, his eyes fixed on the fog-covered streets ahead. There were no answers here, no redemption waiting for him at the end of the road. But he wasn't running anymore. And that, for now, was enough. Chapter 9. Home. The fog hung thick in the air, swallowing the streets of Silent Hill like a heavy curtain, muting the world into a cold, suffocating silence. James Sunderland walked through the haze, his body weary and his mind burdened with the weight of all he had experienced. The shadows of the town stretched long and twisted, but something had changed. He wasn't running anymore. His footsteps echoed softly, muffled by the damp streets, as he made his way through the winding maze of familiar roads. Silent Hill had shown him everything, every truth, every lie, every haunting memory. It had taken him to the edge of the abyss, tempting him with oblivion, but James had turned away. He had faced the worst of himself, and somehow he was still here. But the town wasn't finished with him. Not yet. The edges of the buildings seemed to blur and twist as he passed, the fog playing tricks on his vision. He recognized the streets, the signs, the layout of the town, but each corner led him back to where he had started, as if Silent Hill itself was looping around him, trapping him in its endless nightmare. The sound of distant footsteps reached his ears, faint, shuffling, like something creeping just out of sight. James stopped, his heart beating faster. He scanned the fog, his eyes straining to see through the thick gray mist. The town had always been alive with the presence of its creatures, its twisted inhabitants that stalked the streets, feeding on his fear. But there was nothing this time. Just the faint echo of his own footsteps. He resumed walking, his thoughts drifting to Mary. Her voice had haunted him since the day he arrived, and now that he had confronted the truth, the memories flooded back with greater intensity. His love for her, the guilt he carried for ending her life, and the sorrow that had consumed him after she was gone, it all felt so distant and yet so close, as if her presence lingered in the air around him, just out of reach. James found himself at the edge of Toluca Lake, the dark, still water stretching endlessly before him, disappearing into the fog. The lake had always been a symbol of something vast, something unknowable, much like the town itself. It held secrets, just like Silent Hill, and James felt a strange pull toward its depths, as if it were calling him, offering him one last escape. But he wasn't here to escape anymore. He walked to the edge of the dock, his eyes tracing the water's surface, the faint ripples caused by the wind the only sign of movement in the stillness. His reflection stared back at him, distorted and broken by the shifting waves. It was a face he barely recognized, tired, worn, and hollow. Mary's voice whispered in the back of his mind, soft and distant. "You've always known, James. You've always known what you did." The truth had been inside him all along, festering, buried beneath layers of denial and guilt. He had taken Mary's life, not because it was what she had wanted, but because it had been too much for him to bear. The weight of her illness, the endless suffering, had driven him to that moment, and in his weakness, he had chosen to end it. Not for her. For himself. James closed his eyes, the cold wind brushing against his skin. He had seen the twisted reflections of his actions in the town's monsters, the grotesque figures that had chased him through the fog. Pyramid Head had been the embodiment of his guilt, his punishment for what he had done. But now, there was no more running. There was no more hiding from the truth. "I'm sorry," he whispered, though the words felt hollow, lost in the wind. The water lapped softly against the dock, and for a moment, James considered stepping into the lake, letting its cold depths swallow him whole. But he didn't. He couldn't. He had come this far, faced everything the town had thrown at him, and somehow he had survived. There was no undoing what he had done, no way to change the past, but perhaps there was a way forward. James turned away from the lake and started walking again. The streets twisted around him, the fog thickening and swirling, but he didn't feel lost anymore. The town was still trying to trap him, still trying to make him face something more, but he had already faced the worst parts of himself. What else could Silent Hill show him that he hadn't already seen? His steps carried him back toward the center of town, toward the place where it had all begun. The streets were empty, eerily quiet, as if the town itself had grown tired of its games, waiting for him to make the final move. But as he rounded a corner, James stopped in his tracks. There, standing in the middle of the street, was a figure. At first, he thought it was another twisted creature, another manifestation of his guilt, but as the fog parted slightly, he saw her clearly. Mary. She stood there, motionless, her face calm, her eyes fixed on him with a softness that made his heart ache. She looked just as she had before the illness had taken hold, whole, alive, her hair falling softly around her shoulders, her skin untouched by sickness. James's breath caught in his throat. He had seen this before, so many times. The town had shown him visions of her, twisted versions that had taunted him, tormented him, and made him question his sanity. But this felt different. She smiled, a small, sad smile, and took a step toward him. "James." Her voice was soft, filled with the same warmth he remembered, the warmth that had once made him feel whole. But there was a sadness in her eyes now, a sorrow that cut deeper than any of the visions Silent Hill had shown him. "Mary?" James whispered, his voice trembling. He didn't know if this was real, if this was another cruel trick of the town, but he couldn't stop himself from reaching out to her. She nodded, her eyes filling with tears. "I've been waiting for you." James's heart pounded in his chest, his mind spinning. This couldn't be real. Mary was gone. He had killed her. And yet, here she was, standing before him, just as he had remembered her. The ache in his chest grew, the overwhelming weight of his guilt pressing down on him. "I'm so sorry," he whispered, his voice cracking. I didn't know what else to do. I thought I was helping." Mary's smile faltered, her eyes softening with understanding. "I know, James. I know you were trying to help. But you can't keep running from what you did." James lowered his head, tears stinging his eyes. He had been running for so long, running from the truth, from his guilt, from himself. But there was nowhere left to run. "I don't know what to do," he admitted, his voice barely audible. Mary stepped closer, her hand reaching out to gently touch his cheek. Her touch was cold, but there was comfort in it, a strange sense of peace that settled over him. "It's time to let go, James. You can't change the past, but you can move forward." James closed his eyes, the tears falling freely now. He had spent so long holding on to the past, clinging to the pain, the guilt, because it was all he had left. But Mary was right. He couldn't change what had happened. All he could do was find a way to live with it. When he opened his eyes again, Mary was gone. The street was empty, the fog swirling around him in silence. James stood there for a long moment, his heart heavy but somehow lighter than before. He didn't know what waited for him beyond the town, beyond the fog, but he wasn't afraid anymore. Silent Hill had shown him the truth. It had stripped him of everything, laid bare his soul, and forced him to confront the darkest parts of himself. But it hadn't broken him. With one last glance at the fog-covered streets, James turned and walked away, leaving the town behind. Silent Hill was not his home. Not anymore. Before you go, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and activate the notification bell below so you don't miss the next tales in the channel. Check out the other videos on the channel for more immersive tales that will transport you to new worlds. And let us know in the comments what you think of the story so far and what kind of adventures you'd love to see next. Your feedback helps us shape the stories you enjoy.